Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, all righty, bye.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I thought, oh. Okay.
I don't know who we need to.
Okay.
We just learned Arlene and the other guy hasn't came. I don't know who he was, but you know.
Okay.
Told her not to walk out too far.
Okay. Thank you. Are you guys ready to go live? Hey, Ken. The basement of the courthouse is flooded. Looks like it's coming out of the men's bathroom. Yeah, and there's meetings up here. Just thought I'd tell you. It's just what you wanted to hear, whatnot. Okay, bye.
Is this something Susan goes through, these tax cap report?
Yeah. Yes. We just have to just look at them and say we approve them. I don't know why they have us approve them because you can't do anything with them. You have to accept them. I mean, you can't change them.
It's a legal formality.
Yeah, you can't change them. So it's like when I remembered it today, I thought, well, I'm not worried to get into you guys because it doesn't. I mean, it is what it is.
Okay. Gotcha.
Hey, Ruth, I called Ken. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he's on his way back up here.
Arlene was just getting in the elevator and some other man. I told them to be careful when they stepped out. There's water out in the, right in front of the elevator. Yeah, it's just right when you get off the elevator, there's gas, but then it's different. Does it? Is that probably what it is?
Hang on a second.
I've never been in that bathroom, so I don't know. You walked in.
Second reading. You'll do your two readings.
I just hate for somebody to fall, you know? Yeah.
And we have another one for the 6 o'clock meeting?
I just do this.
Oh, okay. So you mean cancel it at the end? See you, Marcia.
Yes.
Good evening and welcome to the first reading for the 2022 budget. I'm going to read through each of the department's budgets. For the clerk, we budgeted $408,491. For the auditor, we budgeted $402,653. For the treasurer, we budgeted $254,589. For the recorder, we budgeted $120,052. For the sheriff, we budgeted $1,902,688. For the surveyor, we budgeted $139,218. For the coroner, we budgeted $70,911. I'm going to get myself in trouble without a guideline here. For the coroner, we budgeted $70,911. For the county assessor, we budgeted $217,622. For the prosecutor, we budgeted $301,092. For voter registration, we budgeted $85,308. For county extension, we budgeted $127,941. For county council, we budgeted $278,556. The county election board, we budgeted $166,050. For the commissioners, we budgeted $5,658,543. For the planning commission, we budgeted $80,890. For the courthouse, we budgeted $260,000, $260,500. For circuit court, we budgeted $663,289. For public defender, we budgeted $304,222. For enhanced 911, we budgeted $110,822. For emergency management, we budgeted $29,640. For the jail, we budgeted $2,486,996. For child support, we budgeted $158,429. Nothing was budgeted for non-coded appropriations, which brings the total budget to $14,799,633. Are there comments or questions from the council?
Do you have up there, Madam President, what last year's budget was? I know we've had additional appropriations in store, but what we approved a year ago, it's on that last page, isn't it?
$13,896,861.51. Sorry. Thank you, Debbie.
So it was up about 1 point, almost, not quite 1.2 million.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Are there any questions from those in attendance or comments this evening?
I think all of you know me, so I don't think we need to do introductions. I come into this budget with an attitude that I was going to work with this council. It didn't happen that way. I felt like that when I came into this, there were certain people that had already, Susan and Chad and Debbie had already sort of planned, or it's sort of personal, it act like, because if you guys would understand, when I get into my department, you pulled everything there was at the first. You took the car budget, which has to be there because that car has to be paid for. I get told by Chad 3 times that I've not spent money out of my perpetuation fund. 2019, $12,297 USI. That's one example. SJCA, 2020, the year, $14,579. I've tried to run this budget, and I think we've done very well. I say we, not me, my whole department. There's a lot of jealousy that I have money in my accounts, and I think anybody here will deny that. And I feel like it was personal at me because I've done such a good job, but you are going to cut my budget one way or the other. I'm just going to be straight frank with this. Some of you.
Steve, I want to correct you.
Yeah.
I had nothing to do with it. You
Okay.
can take my name out of it. I had nothing to do with it.
You
I
want-
went to State Board of Accounts.
Yes.
At the request of the county council.
Okay.
Do not put my name in it.
Debbie,
I had nothing.
please let me do my speaking. This is the problem. There's things said behind closed doors here that these elected officials are getting tired of, and I'm going to stand up and say it. I've talked to several of them. This county could run a lot better if we have cooperation and everybody gets along. I think you could ask any of the elected officials. That's the main objective for an elected official in this County to run their department the way they see fit if they don't get out of hand and run it in the red. Now, you went to the State Board of Accounts, but let's go over that, because I did too. And when you go down there and ask them a question, and you ask it the way you want to ask it, can you use it for office equipment? There's very vague on that. I'll go down with any of you down to the State Board of Accounts, and we'll talk about it. What verifies what you can spend stuff on and what you can't? There's a big difference.
Didn't ask about office equipment. I asked exactly what they said. How can it be used?
Define it then. How did you ask him then?
I asked her exactly, how can he use it? Can he use it for office supplies? I never mentioned equipment.
I didn't say anything about that. That's all you ask. What I'm saying is, it's section corner.
I'm going to interrupt here for just a second.
Yeah.
Steve, I can understand that you're upset. I want you to know that your interpretation of my actions is actually not correct. I have developed a great deal of respect for you and how you run your department. I think that you have gotten cut. I think other departments were cut in previous years before you, and you're feeling it now. That's my interpretation of it. It is, though you may never believe it, not at all personal. And I told Kenan just today, I think you're a good businessman. I think you've done a really good job. I think you prioritize your department over others, which is good. And other department heads prioritize their department over others, which is good. And it's our job to balance it out. And I did what I thought was best. It wasn't personal, but I understand that you may feel that way. Did you have anything else that you wanted to tell us this evening?
Yeah. I talked to the State Board of Accounts, and I'm going to tell you right up front, there is a portion of money that you can take out of the section corner perpetuation fund. You describe it as a perpetuation fund. It is definite for the section corners only. And when I talked to the State Board of Accounts, I asked her, I said, okay, you're going to tell me I can take gasoline for my equipment, my car, $3,000 out of there. No, you can't. How much section corners do you do? $30,000 a year with contracts. Depends on how much they get done. She says you can use it for some office supplies, yeah, paper, things like that. But to go out and spend it for gas, I don't do enough for those to justify a percent out of there. And as I said before, if you define what it's for, it limits you. You're forcing me into paying out of that. Is that not right? Is that not right? I'm getting forced to utilize that money, whether it be right or wrong. I have to use it out of that section corner.
When we sat and talked to you, you said it was possible that you could use money for those things, but that you weren't sure. And I think we said to you, we'll try to do that this year, and if it's not, we'll have to fix it next year. And that's what every other department has done. Debbie got her hand slapped this year. So we're not saying, yes, Steve, you need to go break the law. No one's saying that. We're saying try to use the money for these things. If it's not an option, you can come back to us, of course, and we'll work with you. But we're asking you to try to do that.
Yes, but it's a little easier just to figure it out before we just cut everything off and know what we can do. Let's work a budget out that'll fit that. How much percentage you could use out of each thing that I'm doing and come up with a plan, not just chop everything off at once. And then we turn around and everybody in this whole place needs raises. Don't make sense to me. Everybody, Rick's guys, he needs that money to get his guys to stay. Everybody deserves these raises. But it don't make sense to me when you cut mine completely off, the small amount that it really affected this budget, and then you turn around and give raises.
We cut every single dollar we thought we could cut because we need to pay our employees a fair wage so they can go buy groceries.
And I appreciate doing that, and I agree, they need it. They definitely.
So that $10,000 provided a raise for 10 people.
Yeah.
And we felt like that was a good, the consensus was that we felt like that was the best choice.
Yeah, and I appreciate doing that for Rick because he deserves it and everybody else in this whole department because they're way underpaid by the what Kenan came up with.
Madam President?
Yes, sir.
Just pertaining to his gas, is it possible that we can include him like we did with the coroner's office on our board? We open it up to bids. Obviously, we only get one who bids.
Right.
But we locked in at, I think, $238 last year. Will we have to go down to harvest? Is that something that we could do for Steve as far as fuel?
Well, and we go through the highway department, and I have to pay them back. That's where I go to.
And we go down to harvest account.
Okay?
I'm not gonna say you didn't have to pay your portion of it, but
Yeah.
we lock that bid in, and we don't do the fluctuating like the county highway has in the past. We lock it in, and we've been successful, knock on wood, the last 4 years where we've been under most times, I think it was 238.
Yeah.
We'll only do that when we were well under the 299 that we went to.
Yeah, I know what the,
That would help you out, and we can do that, we track quarter dollars, for his fuel, and do it out, give it out, I know this, that's just.
It sounds like a good idea to me, but I don't know
Well,
very much
the
about
county
it.
gets a gas bid, and I think 2 of the last 3 years at least it's been through Harvest Land, or I would assume the highway department's gotten the same bid.
The only difference they had was with Joe, and I don't know what Joe Copeland did with his, but I know with Joe,
He's on.
I know with Joe Wiley, he would go with the fluctuating bid, and it's a gamble, I understand that, because if it drops to 220 a gallon, we're paying 18 cents, 15 cents more a gallon. But so far, it has come out in our advantage to go with the bid and the contract, and we didn't fluctuate.
Okay.
We just locked it in.
And I think that it's more likely that prices are going up than down right now, so.
Correct, and we know that.
Yeah, right.
Steve, I also want to add that we did not cut your motor vehicle out of your budget. It's still
I
in your
didn't
budget.
think we did. Yeah, I didn't think so.
the 5,000, yeah, because I stopped everybody before they did that. Because they
You'd-
were cutting everything, and I had to say, you have to have that in there, or you can have the keys back, one or the other. 'Cause
But
it's
I
a
thought you
thing.
had said at the beginning of the meeting that you cut that. We did not cut
No,
that.
that's one thing that I caught on, and I asked her to stop a minute because it was going so fast that I couldn't keep up with it.
So we did listen to you there. And I think if you'd sat in all 5 of our meetings, you would see that we went through every budget line by line by line, trying to find balance and money that we don't have. It's not personal, Steve. It's not. We're doing our best. It's an impossible job.
And for your information, I never spoke to a council member about any budget. So don't accuse me of doing anything.
There's a lot of things that get, okay, so let's bring up, you did one wrong thing. What was that?
Can you repeat that?
With Linda.
What about Linda?
Well, what was taken out of her perpetuation fund that we had to put back in, or was there something? Maybe I'm hearing wrong.
Her payroll.
Social Security was taken out of it too, like any other one payroll was paid out of the tax and Social Security out of the same fund you take payroll out of.
We were just,
We did that how we were directed to do by the county council. Don't do it on my own, Steve. I don't make the rules up. I do as I'm told.
I think that she had to go to the State Board of Accounts, if I heard her right, to have it put back in.
I don't know. I did
Okay,
what I was told by the county council.
I'm just saying, Debbie, I want to be open. I'm tired of the stuff behind closed doors, of everybody talking and doing things behind and coming in here. Let's just face it. That's what it's all about. I'm here to do a job for the tax people of this county, not sit here and argue and do things that behind people's. I go to people's face. I go to people's face and tell them if they got a problem.
My door's open every day.
Well, it wasn't when you did that with Taylor the first day.
okay, Steve, thank you for your input. Is there anyone else that would like to address the council this evening? Yes, sir.
This may be for the next meeting.
Hello. My name's Bill Brooks. I'm with the Kennard Police Department. I'm the town marshal. I'm here this evening to say...
1 second, I'm so sorry. Are you wanting to address the regular? This is a special meeting just to read the budget, but we would be very happy to listen to you at our regular meeting, which starts at 6.
Okay, so I'm...
You're on the
conservative.
agenda.
All right.
Sorry.
Fair enough.
You get to enjoy 2 meetings tonight instead of just 1. Is there anyone else that would like to address the council regarding the budget hearing reading? Okay. Joel is not here. Have I met legal requirements Do I just ask for a motion to adjourn at this point? Is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Meeting adjourned.
Where'd Susan go? Okay. Just had a question before our meeting. Huh? I don't know if moon or, I don't know. It was raining. That doesn't happen often. Barometric pressure does affect students and teachers. I can tell you that from 30 years experience. It didn't matter what the age group, it affected everybody.
So I gather that south of town must report because I got notification that my power was out. My alarm system said that I was down.
I'll do that. I'll just sit over there.
Just sit on one where there's a microphone. I don't think we're going to have more than one commissioner here, and that's probably, and they may all be Zooming. I know Bobby's Zooming.
He's in my way.
Yes, I think those. Okay, perfect. Have I got my copies or not? Probably. I bet they are.
think we're on there. Are we on there? Are you walking away? Yeah. You're live. Yeah.
No, but I saw the water. That was coming. That is that. It looked like it must have been the door.
Yeah. Cambridge City.
They were a big basketball fan.
Oh, yeah, they're nuts.
Actually, gorgeous one, thank you.
Yeah.
Basketball and wrestling is the same night.
Oh, yeah.
Without high woods.
Yeah.
Not a big
Hey, are you staying? Can you shut that off? You're doing the feedback.
Turn it down or something?
No, because you're in here with that computer where it's on.
Okay. Well,
So
you better turn it on. I'm not techno savvy.
It's fine, Bobby. I don't need it.
Debbie, I might have screwed it up. I don't know.
Did it go off?
I was trying to mute Ed.
Oh, I shut him down. So do I need to start it back up again?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't effectively end it.
There you go. I don't know what happened now.
Okay. I'll be quiet then until.
Eric Fry's on from ARA. He's on Zoom, so whenever.
Good evening and welcome to the August County Council meeting.
I need to turn this down. You're good.
My gavel's missing. Good evening and welcome. Let's begin with prayer and our pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. Penny and Christy.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me have a few minutes to speak to you. I'm here this evening, and I have Christy Regal, who has come alongside me to talk for a few minutes. But first, I want to give you a couple quick EDC updates. First of all, I frequently talk about the EPA grant, and we have had such good participation that it appears that we're considering reapplying this year, which would be around Thanksgiving time, for the next 3-year grant cycle. So we're just in the talking stages about that. So literally our pot is dwindling down. We're probably 80,000 or less out of the resources we had. So we've been able to get a lot of good traction with it. And so we have people coming to us all the time. And so I just want to make you aware of that. That will be forthcoming on into the fall. So keep that on your radar. The second thing I wanted to mention was we sent our newsletter out, and there's some good information in there that you would probably find valuable. If you scroll down a little bit, click on it and scroll down, you'll see the TS Tech groundbreaking that Corey participated in, kind of a small affair because of the things that go on with COVID. So it was a bigger ceremony that got really small right at the last minute. You were there, weren't you? Yeah. So anyway, there's a good article about that. And then the other thing is about the ribbon cutting at Tom's, T-O-M-Z, in Knightstown, the old Paddock building. So we participated in that. And I think eventually they'll probably be here to be a guest speaker at our EDC meeting. So you'll get an update on that. And please feel free to come if you would like to learn more about Tom's. So that's the end of the EDC update. Any questions that you might have for me? Okay, so next I'll put on my tourism hat. And So I just want to go through just some basic framework of what we've been doing. So you know that EDC has taken on the role of tourism. So now I've been an active part of that, been visiting Wilbur Wright, Belgian Horse Winery, about 13 different tourism places that Christy and I have gone to, and Christy will share a little more about that when she comes up here. So we've just been actively involved and working behind the scenes. So what once was the CVB is now Henry County Destination Development. So we're working on some new things behind the scenes to market that, and we've partnered with some really good organizations to help us with that. So I've been actively involved with that. I've been actively involved with our branding campaign, where we've gone through the process, a lengthy process, to get to the brand, the slogan, that we want to be. So I just wanted to let you know that things like that continue to work behind the scenes, and it will be the first of the year before you see a little more splash, but it will start late in the fall. So you'll be seeing us Facebook and many other places. So with that said, we also have aligned our vision with destination development, which is the state. So that's why we're Henry County Destination Development, as the state is also called Destination Development. So this is our second stop. We stopped at the Commissioners last night, so we're here tonight just to give you information about that. And Christy Regal is our partner with Whole Heart Communications, and she's going to share some detailed marketing things that she's been working on. So thank you, Christy.
Thanks, Penny, and thank you to all of you for having us this evening. As Penny mentioned, this is the first of many stops. We're going to be going to all the town councils in the area. We're very excited about sharing what's happening with tourism in the community. So we have had the privilege of working alongside an entire group of community partners to develop and implement this brand for Henry County. The EDC and the destination, which is in their destination development efforts, they actually conducted a survey earlier this year to just ask the community what sets us apart. Where do you take people when they come to visit? Those types of questions. The goal in the survey was to try to find something that is unique that sets us apart from other areas. And then we use that information, and we call them the brand champions. So the brand champions, which are from throughout the community, we did extensive work. We did two different in-depth 4-hour long. They were nice and long, but they were a lot of fun sessions to kind of evaluate what would work best. And those were determined based on the assets that we have and the feasibility that would be entailed in promoting those assets. Penny and I were talking last evening that throughout that process, the thing that stood out to her, which I thought was a really great point, was that, you know, we don't have oceans, we don't have mountains, but what we do have is the sport of basketball as something that no one else can claim the assets that we have in the destination realm. So basketball was identified as our brand theme based on those assets and feasibility. And I said this last night, and Mr. Tarantino was quick to point out that I am a wrestling mom and a football mom, so this is not an easy thing for me to be like, oh, basketball. But we are excited, and now that we're getting into it a little bit more, but it's definitely something, it's been fun for all of us to set aside our personal biases and lean into what makes the community exciting for those that come to visit us. So after we determined that basketball was going to be where we land as a brand, and I want to point out too that doesn't mean that we are going to ignore the other assets. It's just going to be what we call our carrot. That is the primary thing we chase, but obviously you can only spend so much time at those basketball assets. We want to make sure we get people to many, and the more we're in this, the more we find, like, there's so many wonderful assets to feature. Our parks, our trails, our museums. It's phenomenal. So it's not that we're not going to be featuring those. We just had to have something to land on. So after we determined that, we created this brand promise, and this was really a group effort. This isn't necessarily going to be on brochures or websites, but it's just basically summarizing what we are promising to people who visit here. And the brand promise goes something like this. With iconic sites like the Hoosier Gym, the Indiana Basketball Hall of Fame, and the world's largest high school field house, Henry County, Indiana is made for basketball fans. Families, travelers, and history buffs can find enriching, entertaining, and recreational experiences throughout the county and make memories that last a lifetime. So the brand champions were great about determining what they wanted our slogan and our logo to look like and represent. Obviously, basketball needed to be included in it. It needed to have a nostalgic feel. Henry County, Indiana needed to be incorporated in the logo itself. We wanted to have a logo specifically that was focused on clarity, not something that was super clever. I mean, clever is fun, but anytime you have to explain a logo, it becomes less effective. So the other thing we wanted was something that could be easily replicated on apparel and on signage. So I'm going to have Penny unveil our logo for our branding efforts. So our theme being basketball lives here, our slogan being basketball lives here in Henry County, Indiana. And we're really excited to implement this. And so that's what we're doing now. We are hitting the ground. What would you call that? I'm not a basketball person. Full court press, is that what you would call it? I don't know. I need to learn these terms a little better. So we're implementing this. The first thing we are doing is implementing a website. Right away, you will not find anything there. We're working on a very basic landing page at hoopsandhenry.com. Don't go there yet, but we'll tell you when it's ready. That's going to start out with just a one-page piece that is eventually going to be developed into a full website. We are incredibly excited about the website developer that we have landed. Propeller Marketing does the website, and they do the print and digital marketing for Visit Indiana, the entire state. So we will be able to kind of dovetail in with that. This is a marketing firm that specializes just in Indiana tourism. So the fact that they were within our budget made my whole day that day. So they are going to help us with that. We're going to be developing an email list so that we can inform people both within the community and outside the community what's happening and how they can make a visit here. And then we're getting our destinations on board. They're getting really excited about everything. We have already in place a calendar platform, which you can find on our existing website, henrycounty.in.org. And we're getting them more involved in putting their events on there. We're hoping to have a presence at local homecoming events. We're also in the process of gathering photography from around the county using a local photographer. And of course, we call this our world tour. You know, you're the second stop on our world tour. So that's what we have happening with tourism marketing here in Henry County. Do you have any questions?
I think this is really exciting. As someone who comes from the realm of communications and has done a lot with branding and looking at targeting audiences, this is really good stuff for our county at the right time. And of course, basketball is our top asset. We have lots of great assets, as you named them, but basketball seems to be a defining feature that we should absolutely be capitalizing on. I like the logo. I think between that and the 1822 logo that the Bicentennial Committee is using, those together in collaboration are really sharp. Also, the blank lives here, that framing, that's really common in branding right now. So we're right on target for that sentiment. So.
I know, we're excited. We can kind of take it and parlay it into, history lives here and all the other neat things that we have here. So
yeah, it's simple, but to the point. I really like what you've done.
Super, thank you. Thank you.
When we went through the year-long Stellar in 2019. Ball State helped us do research, and they said probably the most underutilized asset that Henry County has is tourism. Numerous people around the county answered a survey or responded to a survey, and they rated the top 5. Those who respond, I think there's 70 or 80 people around the county responded, put tourism as number 4 out of 5. Ball State said, no, your number 1 draw and asset that you're underutilizing currently is tourism. So this goes along with that.
Yeah, we're really, it's really, everything that's happening is just kind of developing a great energy. And what's been neat for us, for Penny and I, is we visited the destinations. They all want to work together to send people to each other. So that's been, I mean, you're right. It's very underutilized, and all we have to do is get them the right tools. That'll be great. Yeah. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It is exciting. Penny? Yes. Yes. Great work. Thank you.
I will add that Christy and Will have some very fine young men in their family who are also assets to Henry County.
Very good. Are there any changes that need to be made to the July meeting minutes before we approve them? Motion to approve.
So moved.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? I think, did I hear Harold? Harold, did you second that? Okay. Harold made the motion. Betsy did. Okay. Harold made the motion. Betsy seconded. Thank you. We also have received the 2022 estimated property tax caps report. Is there a motion to accept as presented?
So moved.
Motion from Chad. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. And we have received the 2022 estimated max levy. Is there a motion to accept as presented?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. Is there discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Kenan, would you like to introduce our guest to speak about ARA?
ARA, yes, Eric Fry. He can correct me if I'm wrong with his title, but I know he oversees ARA out of Columbus, Indiana, and he joins us from Columbus, Indiana. I know there's some elected officials who had questions about what ARA would do for us, can do for us, has done for us, and some people are here to ask those questions. So Eric, you can explain your title, but I know you've met with the county. You helped us with the $333,000 that we got from Stellar for owner-occupied. I think 20 people at least benefited from around the county, mostly in Newcastle, from that operation through the Stellar effort. But go ahead, and you've got the floor.
All right. Well, thank you. And can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good. All right. Well, one, I appreciate you letting me have the opportunity to Zoom in instead of drive, although this is my 5th Zoom call, so maybe the drive would have been refreshing. Change. So, as you know, Administrative Resources Association is a governmental association that is really to provide expanded capacity and staff to communities that are part of our membership structure. I serve as the executive director of ARA, and just kind of a little bit of an update. Like Kenan said, we worked on your housing owner-occupied rehabilitation program as a pilot that, you know, I know Ed sat in on a call where the state, I think, was very happy with the way that pilot went, and now is rolling out a second kind of expanded pilot to open it up to other communities. And I do want to mention the opportunity Henry County has under that expanded pilot as well. We helped with the COVID business grants that I think went well and provided some administrative support through those business grants that I know helped some businesses that were struggling through COVID. We helped with the destination grant that was for the expo. Unfortunately, it didn't get funded. They only funded, I believe, one project out of that pool, so it was pretty competitive. We worked a little bit with the Parks Department, trying to help with some strategies for the park planning process for Memorial Park. And a couple other little things we did. We expanded a subsidiary we have called Southern Indiana Housing Community Development Corporation to now include Henry County. The acronym is SIHCDC. It is kind of a conduit to help communities look at maybe taking some steps in revitalizing some property, doing housing development. One of the things that we tried to do in 2020, unfortunately the timing was bad, was a free workshop, homeownership workshop for residents of Henry County. It was actually a tri-county effort. We tried to do it as a Zoom virtual program. We didn't get any real interest. Who wants to sit through a 5-hour homeownership workshop? But the intent of it is, and we still plan to do it. We have a sponsor that's underwriting it through First Financial Bank, and we do want to provide that. We're waiting to see if we can do it in person and do it in a setting that will allow for more participation. And then the idea is to take that and then look at opportunities then to do maybe some homeownership building or plug them into homeownership opportunities within the community. So, I mean, that's some of the stuff we've been working on. It kind of covers a variety of different topics. I think one of the other questions that was asked is kind of what all do our services encompass? And, you know, I would say that our expertise is dealing with those complex federal and state grants that require not only somebody to write it, but the administrative capacity and knowledge that we have gained over our 50 years of being around and staff experience of you know, on average, you know, 20 years of experience. So that's kind of who we are and what we've been doing, and kind of glad to answer any questions about anything specific.
Eric, thank you for that information and for the work you've done for us. Kenan, did you have any specific questions?
Yeah, I think, I don't know the time frame. Time and me don't get along very well these days, but I think maybe in May, April, May, we met. I asked you something about what would be your possible role in helping us with the ARP, and you sent, I think, a plan of, if we went this angle, it would cost $3,000. If we went with this service, it would be $5,000. One of the things that I read in the ARP is there's a lot of departments in Washington, D.C. giving out monies and grants. And I knew some of them are areas that you worked with, like the one on housing, maybe through HUD. Can you explain that a little bit? Because we contracted with Baker Tilly to help us be the primary consultant to help us through that. We're following ARP guidelines from the Treasury. What would ARA bring to the table in that regard?
I mean, I guess, you know, I see our roles. I mean, as I'm sure Baker Tilly has told you, the complexity of ARP and what can and can't be done really is something that their expertise, I think, is well suited to navigate those waters. Where I see our role is, I know that with ARP, there will be some real project hands-on administrative requirements and reporting requirements. And that's really where our expertise is, dealing with those federal grants and federal funds that ultimately require reporting, documentation, and you know, as you kind of look and identify those kind of projects, you know, we know that there's going to be, you know, this checks and balance and accountability to these funds, because there'll be a spotlight on these dollars to see that they did what they were supposed to do and that it's well documented. There's also some question of whether there is going to be a requirement that if you use these dollars as a federal construction project, that you may have to, if not pay prevailing wage, then document a competitive regional wage, or the language is still a little sketchy on what they're looking for. So our recommendation is, if there's going to be those expectations, then again, we have the tools and the ability to be able to ensure that a construction project documents that and measures the wages of the individuals working on the site, if that's the expectation of this legislation, which, again, that's where you go to the attorneys and they can provide that specific guidance. I just see us as, the implementation, extension of the administrative and compliance side.
So you could help us a lot with the millions and millions that are actually not, that we have already been given and promised over the next year, but to go after these hundreds of millions of dollars that are also being distributed through ARP to the different departments at the federal level, like USDA and HUD, and I think there's about 10 overall. Are you saying that would be your bailiwick?
Yeah, that is our bailiwick. Those kind of programs are our expertise. And I think the best use of our resource, us as a resource to you, one of the things that I guess want to be very transparent is there's a lot of just other grants out there, foundation grants or arts grants and those kind of things where you really put in organizational information justification and it's all narrative based and there's no real compliance or complexity. We don't see that as our best use of ARA services. It's when you need those really compliance experts and expertise that we fill that void.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there other questions from the council? Very good. Thanks again, Eric.
Yeah, can I get one more word in? I did want to throw out that I mentioned the owner-occupied rehab. The understanding is Okra was happy enough with it. They're encouraging the county to apply for the pilot as a second round. And I know that Victoria from my office is going to be reaching out if she hasn't to say that you may be eligible to get another $250,000 to continue to run and operate this program. And I know we have a waiting list, and I know it was well received from the individuals who participated. So just something to keep out there, that there may be an opportunity for the county to consider that program, at least potentially for another $250,000 worth of improvements to your homeowners' homes.
Just to let you know, Eric, sorry, this is Bobby Plummer, Commissioner. She did send us an email about that today. So yeah, we do have that information. Thank you.
Sure. I have to give her credit. She was on it. So
yes, she was.
Very good. Thanks again. All right, we will.
Thank you.
Look now at an additional appropriation request from Henry County Solid Waste District. Is there anything that you wanted to address with us specifically tonight about this?
The reason why we are going through the process is because our recycling bills are have increased so much that
It's beyond our budget. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. So we just have such large public recycling bills. And in addition, we have the tech recyclers. Rick has the figures. I don't have my glasses.
With Best Way, it came in at $81,167.03. Tech recyclers was $8,799.57 for a total of $89,966.60. And so what her,
I think we only, I think it's in that line, we only have 102,000. So we're getting too close. So we had to have an additional
of 40,000.
Are there other questions or a motion for action? to approve the additional appropriation. Go ahead, Kennan.
I sit on that board, and recycling costs have gone up astronomically everywhere, communities everywhere. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of money. Like I recycle at Neil's, and I'm getting 1/3 the amount that I did a few years ago. So it's the people who do that, like Best Way, that we have contract with, they're not making a lot of money. They actually physically sort through a conveyor belt all this trash that they pick up in Newcastle and around the county. They physically have to sort it into paper, plastic, aluminum, cardboard, whatever. And it's not very cost effective. Their costs have gone up tremendously. When we got a new contract with them, they were about 50% more than they used to. We recycle. I mean, I make a trip every week to Newcastle, and that's cut down half what we dispose of along our streets weekly. So
this is not general fund money. Where is this their own tax money? Okay. Okay. Are there other questions?
Yes.
yeah, it's paid by every individual.
Okay. That's what I was really
Every
asking.
individual taxpayer pays to the waste management district. It does not come out of us, so they just need to reappropriate.
So if the costs of recycling continue to go up, the user fees will continue to...
I don't know that they have, but we can't keep up like we've done the last 3 years. I don't think Joanne can address that.
Plans of charging more. It's $12 a year and has been since 2008.
I would make a motion. Go ahead.
We approve this transfer.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second to approve. Is there discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Joanne. Okay, we have a few other transfer requests. The council is requesting a transfer of $30,021.07 from reclassification to pictometry. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. The council is also requesting a transfer of $9,718.93 from reclassification to sick pay compensation.
Make a motion to approve.
A motion and second. Is there discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Welcome back. And when you come up, can you tell me your name again? Thank you.
My name is Bill Brooks. I'm with the Kennard Police Department. I'm the town marshal there. I'm here this evening to ask that we can get any type of contribution towards the radios. We have the Motorola radios now, which they are all obsolete. So if they ever get damaged, they are done. I let the secretary, she was nice enough to make a copy for me. I don't know if you guys have it or not, but for a quote, which is the cheaper radio, which is Kenwood, which I have representatives from Kenwood here with me. They're gracious enough to come out and talk to you guys a little bit about it. But just for 10 portables, the quote here is $19,288, and I'm just asking for something. Because if our radios go out, we're going to be less radios. So I'd rather start working on it now. I am going through other grants as well. I'm in the process. One of them is called IPEP. And then we do the local ones. With Kenwood, the City of Newcastle Police Department's on it, the EMS is on it, and so is the fire department, correct me, right, Dan? And they have nothing but praise to say about them. They are almost half of what a Motorola radio costs. I think the sheriff has bought the newer Motorola radios, and they're expensive, the Motorola's. So, like I said, the City of Newcastle's had real good luck with these radios, so that's why I'm here tonight. If you guys have any questions or any concerns or anything, please ask the experts.
Susan, the school switched from Motorola's to, I believe, Kenwood, and it was savings of at least 33 to 40%. That's why we did that, and we had good luck with them. I think we moved from 50 radios in the corporation to over 100, and we got it through school safety grants from the state. So we have experience, and it's good. Bobby Plummer is on the, I don't know if that's something that would possibly, they set up a committee last night for ARP. This may be something that would fall under that, but they've not met. There may be monies there, and I don't know if she wants to address that because we can't promise anything because we've not met, but it might be ripe for that kind of thing.
How many different departments, police departments, fire are in the same situation that you're aware of?
I know our fire department, correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, they're going through the same process. The fire department has a different frequency than the police department. I can have Dan explain this a little better.
Several of the volunteer departments have already switched to Kenwood. There's still several that need to. I know Cadiz is working on that as well. But there's quite a few police departments that are in the process and discussing it as well, looking for grants and stuff to get it done. And but we've had pretty good success with all the Kenwood. Everybody that has them is very happy with them. So haven't got any complaints, and everybody's, like I said, very happy with them.
So for a question for, I'm sorry, were you going to go? Yeah, go ahead, please.
For one cost of radio that we've got the quote here was $1,660, and usually Motorola's are at least $3,000 for one, and this is just a portable radio.
I'm just sitting here thinking, is there any comfort level here amongst the council for saying we're going to take X amount of money to, I mean, it would be an additional appropriation from the general fund because the lit money, the safety lit's gone. I don't know how much the need is around the county.
The need is probably great. I would ask that we, what's the proper term? Table, thank you. Very simple. Table it, at least have the ARP meet, because I have a feeling we're going to have these requests from around the county, and I feel confident that it might fall into that, but we don't know yet.
Okay.
But I think this would be the first of many such requests that might be better accommodated, because we know our county budget is tight.
Right.
We have 4.65 million available, but I also know we'll probably get 20 million in requests for that. But there's more monies there to consider it than there is with what we have in our county funds.
And that brings up a good thought, Kenan, is if there are multiple departments that are under this, maybe Kenwood's willing to, if we get a bulk purchase with multiple departments, could even do better. I don't know how that works.
It's state QPA, so the price don't move.
Okay, so it's set then. Okay. I wasn't sure if we were using the QPA. Well, that won't help, but.
Which means it's very competitive.
Yes.
Right. So what Kenan was saying was this may very well be something that we could use ARP money for, which would be great. And should we wait a month and see how things...
I think Bobby Plummer's heading it up. She's on, but we might know more. I know she's come up with an application that she's run by several people to get feedback on. It's in its initial phases, but I do think this would open up a can of many departments with similar needs.
Right.
And if it starts being 5 or 6 departments, we know that we don't have the county funds for that, and it might be worth considering. But none of that's come forward. They haven't opened up the ARP for applications. We're in the infancy stage. But there's more monies there. I'm pretty confident this falls under the guidelines as appropriate expenditure. But
I support that logic. I think Kenan's wise to think that way, and we need to think big picture around the county with getting folks radios. So, Kenan, did you make a specific motion?
I would make a motion. I would make a motion. We table when we get more information, not saying that this is not a worthy expenditure, because I'm sure it is. I'm just concerned about the available monies, because we know how tight it was when we just went through budget hearings.
Right.
And that's maybe a potential.
So we have a
Total
motion.
money.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, my thought pattern's kind of delayed.
Second.
A motion to table in a second. Were there other comments from this side down here? Go ahead.
Yeah, like I said,
Eh.
we understand I understand that there's, restrictions, and then the budget is an issue, and I was just here just asking for anything I can get. Anything will be appreciated.
Angela Cox has chatted in, and she asked, do you have operational radios now, or just concerned that they're going to be obsolete
We do
soon?
have operational, they're older, but if they go bad, you cannot be repaired.
That's like 911.
It's like 911. Right.
911 came to us with $1 million request. They're obsolete and they can't be repaired, so
Yeah,
that's getting to be.
We've got a thing through Motorola in the state saying that these radios that we have are no longer,
Right.
once they're bad, once they go bad.
So we have a motion and a second to table. Are there other comments or discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We will try to see if there's anything we can do. Thank you.
And if I could, Susan, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I have put a request into Jason, similar at Baker Tilly, on different items that, if they would be potentially under ARP, and I will reach out to him and ask that question. Because I know many counties are reaching out to Baker Tilly to get a list of kind of an initial approval that yes, this can be considered. So I will do that as well.
Thank you, Bobby.
Thank you.
Hopefully that works out. We have a request to approve the transfer of funds and a salary ordinance from the treasurer's office. Is this related to your job classification, or is this already done? Okay. So this is a salary ordinance establishing an hourly rate of $13.50 for a chief deputy in training. Should we probably do them separate? Yes. Debbie's shaking her head ferociously at me. Okay. Is there a motion for action on this salary ordinance?
I would so move. Do I need to be more specific? Transfer of funds of 57, postage to extra help and part-time.
Hold on for that,
Go
because
ahead.
Debbie wants us to separate them. So
Okay.
first, approving the salary ordinance for the chief deputy in training at $13.50. So Harold has made a motion,
I'll second it.
and Kennan has seconded the motion. Is there discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And then there's also a request from Bill to transfer $5,700 from postage and, no. I'm sorry, and 600, right? Okay, thank you. 5,100 from postage and 600 from the technology fund for a total of 5,700.
I would make that motion to pass that, make that transfer.
So motion to approve these transfers. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion and a second. Is there a discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, and Stacy, would you like to provide a coroner's office update for us this evening. Do you have anything?
The only thing that I have really is to see if you have any questions on the report that hopefully that you all got. I didn't know if there was any questions or anything on that, first off. Secondly, in the report, I did indicate that we have been in contact with GEO, and I was advised by the administration office that they are looking into it. They've been talking about it, and they're going to try and see what they can do. A portion of it or all of it, I don't know. It's just kind of, we're up to their mercy to see what they will do for us. Since then, we've had a death at the correctional facility there, so they will be invoiced. They'll be getting an invoice from me on that one here in the next, probably by next week. So, and that's really the only update that I have. We have crossed into the 80 mark. 82, I believe, is what we've had so far since January 1st. And 22 of those, 22 or 23, I can't remember, have been autopsied. We've had to have autopsies on. So next month, according to Debbie, next month we're going to be talking about additional appropriations for the coroner's office for autopsy fees.
If you do have trouble with the new submitted bill, I think we'd be interested in knowing that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So is it because the bills were so delayed that we may not have any recourse in getting them collected? Is that the problem, Stacy? Or
I don't know that. They just said that they were talking about seeing what they could do. So I'm assuming so, because some of the bills were back in 2016.
So from a legal perspective, Joel, do we have any recourse if the bills are owed to the county?
Well, absent some kind of written contract that limits the period of time, I tend to think in that situation, it can either be a 6-year or 10-year statute of limitations. But so from what I'm hearing, I don't think, based on the limited facts I've heard, any service would necessarily be time barred.
Okay.
Have you been involved at all so far?
Not really.
Right. I'm just wondering if it's time for you to be involved in it, right? Yeah. So, okay. So if you needed Joel to write a letter to go with your next bill,
okay,
that might be appropriate.
That'd be awesome.
I don't know. And you can work with Debbie on that too. She knows more about that than I do, but
Okay.
if that's the appropriate way to do it.
Yeah, that'd be fine. And I think I sent you guys all a copy of what I sent to the GEO. So that way you know the format. And it went from January to April for us to get it because they had to collect all the information that they needed for their invoices, and plus all the inmates that had passed away during that time period that we hadn't been billing them. So it took that long just to kind of put things together. And so I think April 18th is when I actually submitted the invoice to them. And when I called them earlier this week, they said that they've heard, I think it's Dane Powell and Wanda Criswell, heard them talking about what they're going to be able to do. So
It's interesting to receive a bill and say you're going to think about what you can do about it. It confuses me.
Well, I'm not sure if they have to submit it to the state. I'm not sure, because I think GEO is a private-owned company.
Okay.
And so they're going to have to submit that money to that invoice to the state.
Okay.
I'm certain, and then who knows from there, to be honest.
Yeah, if we have the potential at a 6-year limitation, then we could be getting closer to some of that if some of them go back to 16. We could be into the 5th year, so I don't know that we want to drag our feet forever on it. But I know you've been working on it, but I mean, I agree with Susan. It may be time to send a more pointed letter by somebody, in the legal field that might.
And I'm assuming at this point in time, anything that we have sent them this year would cover that 5-6 year span, even if they drug their feet into next year, let's say. We've already submitted that.
Right.
That invoice and that bill to them.
And I do think they've received these invoices before from our previous coroner.
I believe he stated that.
He said he has, so.
Well, I can't find any copies
You
in
can't.
his paperwork.
So we can't maybe prove that, but.
But I'm not saying that he didn't.
Right.
I'm just saying I can't find any copy of his paperwork.
Right, but you are keeping copies of what you're
yeah.
sending, yeah, okay.
Regardless of that, I mean, I know Stacy's been working on it for months now. And to have we're talking about it, that doesn't seem like an appropriate response to me.
I don't think so either.
Well, that's $35,000,
Right,
$200-something.
thank you very much. Does anyone have any other questions for Stacy?
I think if Gene Lysing or Tom Saunders were here, they would say if it's gone to the Indiana Department of Corrections, the speed of state government is even much slower than the speed of local governments.
There you go. Thank you, sir. Chad, do you want to provide a job classification discussion?
Yes, I want to start the discussion by asking that anyone interested in joining the Job Classification Committee, we have 2 citizen appointee openings and 2 employee openings. Unfortunately, today we were not able to hold our meeting because we did not meet quorum. And so we were not able to hold our meeting with the EMT department and Mandy and Lucas showed up, and I appreciate them coming. And so I told them that they could talk to me afterwards as a county council member, and I would bring their information to the council directly, because the Job Classification Committee does serve as an advisory committee, so the council can act independently outside of the committee. So, I appreciated them coming, and again, I know their back's probably sore from all the pats we're giving them lately, but this is another growth opportunity that they've brought to us. The current situation with the Newcastle EMS is they're extremely limited on their BLS service at this point. So the hospital is utilizing our service a lot more than what at first anticipated, and they're also now opened up on the weekends and offering that Saturday, Sunday service at a 9 to 5. Mandy brought in the emails back and forth with Dana Weaver from Henry County Hospital and expressed their needs. She's in constant communication with Dana, explains her hours, the timeframes that they have available, which they're able to cover most of the shifts during the week. Very few do they not cover that time frame, but the weekends are still getting a little more difficult, and so are the evening shifts. So in hopes to resolve that, they're asking for the council to approve a pay scale that's higher than, because of the, and again, the name's skipping me. I want to say incentive, what's it called, man? Differential, thank you. Differential pay. So they're asking for the council to approve a differential pay of 10% for EMTs for the 3 to 11 shift, the evening afternoon shift, and a differential pay of 20% increase on the Saturday and Sunday. The dollar figures equate out to $16.50 for the weekly rate and $18 for the Saturday and Sunday. They are also asking for the EMR driver rate to go up 10% for that evening shift and 20% for the weekend shift, which equates out to $13.75 and $15. I spoke to Mandy and Lucas about their budget and their fund and how things are going. They are continuing to grow their fund. It's still moving in the right direction, and they've just done a phenomenal job. And with the additional calls that they are able to pick up, it's only going to continue to do that. I think she told me yesterday you had 2 scheduled calls and ended up with 15 for the day because the hospital is utilizing them that much. They're getting calls from outside agencies, outside hospitals and different organizations, because the need is great and the staffing issues are a very common problem across. It's in every industry, unfortunately. But again, you know, we weren't able to take a consensus or just have a vote in the meeting, but knowing that they can fund this is self-supporting. They're not asking for county funds. I can only speak for me personally when I would fully support this, because I think they have become an integral part of our community and are serving a need. I mean, they've told me that they're making trips with COVID patients at this point. They can do the isolation, and they can make it much more easier to take patients back and forth from the hospital for treatments and so on. So I think I think this is a very good move, and I hope they continue to grow as they are. So, Mandy, anything more you or Lucas would like to add?
I'll jump in.
And Kenan wants to say something as well then. Thank you, Beth. Go ahead.
I just wanted to, Bobby is on Zoom, I think. And
Yes, I'm here.
She's worked very closely. I just wanted her comment maybe, and then Betsy has a question or comment as well. Everything Chad said, did you hear, and do you have any feedback or any comments?
I met with Lucas. Sorry, it's thundering where I'm at, so if you hear that, boom. I met with Lucas and Mandy a week or two ago to discuss this, and they've got the plan laid out completely. They've worked very diligently with the hospital. Strategically, I think it's a great plan that they've put together, and I do believe that it will help to do the differential pay, which most places do have differential pay, and they're just going to continue to grow this service by leaps and bounds as they've done within the last 8 months.
Thank you, Bobby. Go ahead, Betsy.
Thank you.
Just to build on that, Mandy and Lucas are clearly doing an outstanding job building this up, and they can afford this pay change for those times. They're building more and more. You're going to be able to take on more transfers. Your account's just going to continue to grow. This is only a good thing, and hopefully we can get more people on shifts so that we can make more transfers and make more money. So this is a no-brainer to me, and once again, I applaud you guys and Bobby for all your hard work.
Other comments or a motion for action?
I make a motion that we approve.
Second.
Clay made a motion to approve, and Chad seconded. Is there other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed. Motion carries. Thank you both very much. Chad, did you have anything else this evening?
Not with Job Classification Committee, but I do have something that I want to bring back to the entirety of the council that got last minute today. So if that's okay at this time.
It is. Go ahead.
So during our budget sessions, we were talking with the 911 director, Butch Baker, to get some information on very relevant, like we talked about, his equipment. That is a Motorola equipment that is outdated and reached its end of life. So he sent Kenan and I actually today some information on the quotes that we had asked him to get. So he is currently paying a quarterly payment on his current bond of $32,685.41. To get a payment that would, so he went to the bond bank and got a total loan that would pay off the current debt plus purchase all of the equipment that is needed to get everything up to date and working. And it would also bring it into that 7-year window instead of working in the 10-year window that he's having issues with. Because that was the problem before, is the equipment has a 7-year lifespan, but they did a 10-year bond. So that's why we're in the position we're in. A new bond payment for the total amount, which is $1,069,837.75, is the total bond amount that will pay off all of the current debt service plus purchase all of the equipment. Would be $40,521 and a penny. So the difference quarterly is $7,835.60. The total yearly difference is only $31,342.40.
That's great.
I know when we discussed this, his number was $1 million is we were going to have to come up with, just to get the equipment he needed immediately, we were going to have to come up with $400,000+. $31,000 a year for the next 7 years is not even $400,000. And even if we came up with the $400,000, that would not solve Butch's problem, because in 3 years, he's going to have the same problem on his next equipment. So I know this is not to the point we need to act on it today, but I would like the approval to go back to Butch and tell him to go ahead. He made the recommendation to also check local banks to see if they had a more competitive rate. And then I think we need to figure out and talk to him and schedule him for our next meeting to see which way we can move forward with this, because he's in a very similar situation as Kennard. Their equipment's still working, but at any point it could go down. And if it does, we could be in a world of hurt. So I think we need to go ahead and shop this. I think we need to move forward. It seems like a very reasonable solution for a pretty big problem we have.
I agree.
I'll just add my voice that I agree. We need to move forward.
And that's great news about the monthly payments, and we didn't fully budget safety lit if we needed to, if we had to do that. So I think that's really doable. It's exciting. Thanks.
I agree. So you're good with me talking to Butch, getting quotes, and putting them on our next meeting? I'm not sure what the whole process would be. I can work with Debbie and Joel if need be on getting that worked out, but I know that equipment could go down at any point, and if it does, we could have interrupted service, as he says, with 911, and no one wants that.
So hearing no objections, I say yes. Please go ahead.
I would like to say Chad did an excellent job of summarizing Butch's communique with us.
And we all appreciate that. Thanks. In addition to what we have on the itinerary, we're going to receive a highway update from Ken, and then a health department update from Angela.
Yeah, Angela's there. I'll pass this out to the council members after I'm done summarizing. I met with Joe Copeland today. I think most of us, when we talk to our constituents, roads come to a concern on a regular basis. I think they're really working hard and efficiently with the current number of workers they have out there. I believe we just approved hiring 2 more, so they'll go up to 20 to 22 now, which will help. He said there's half of a bridge deck repair on 700 South near Tri-High. A new bridge structure is planned for a new deck superstructure on Bridge 136 on County Road 800 East. Our cumulative bridge fund is among the lowest in East Central Indiana, because I've looked that up at the other counties, and we have probably the lowest of any county around. But if we were to modify that, it would affect the general fund, and that's probably why it's not been done historically. That bridge structure, he may have to tap into restricted funds, which is legal as per Indiana code. His department crew are very pleased with the new paving machine. It's night and day with the one that they were patching and keeping together with baling wire, I think. I saw one of the roads that they had used. It looks very nice. It's right up there with kind of the milestone quality that they do on the community corrections. So that was a very good purchase for the county, that we could make high quality and with machinery that should last for decades, hopefully. Tomorrow, Joe will hear back from the state if he was successful or not on a $2 million Indiana stormwater grant to be used on an often flooded Hardacre addition on County Road 200 North. That's $2 million, and we only require a local, which he would pay for, $50,000 match, which is only 2.5% match, which is considerably better than the 20% that we usually have to pay for the community crossings, because the grant won't pay for easements or right-of-ways, so that's where the $50,000 will go. The department, about a week or 2 away from a huge culvert replacement on Dublin Pike, ahead of the community crossings resurfacing of Dublin Pike. Normally they do that at the end of their season because Milestone got that bid, and they're working feverishly with the Indiana Department of Transportation, NDOT. So they say yes to doing it under the condition it could be nearer the end of the season. They normally close asphalt plants down around Thanksgiving. So if you've seen the community crossings asphalt repaving, it's usually done in October up to mid-November, up until when they close the asphalt plants, because it's not effective when it gets so cold. It doesn't adhere to the road like it's supposed to, or it doesn't lay down. So that's it from Joe. We always have a monthly meeting, and I always learn a lot from Joe, and he's always very busy. I think he's helped out with the drainage also. He was working on something with a county drain when I was out there on his computer, so it's always educational to sit down with him. Angela said that I could give her a report, but in the last 24 hours, she gave a fairly lengthy report at the commissioners' meeting, and she had something else, so she's live. My insurance update is very short. The first month was very good. If compared with last year, it'd be among the top 3 months as far as claims, and we're versus expected. We were $73,000 less on the first month than what was expected claims. So we started off well. So far, so good. I haven't gotten the July report yet.
Okay.
So.
Before we go to Angela, I know that Clay wanted to speak also towards the Highway Department update.
Yeah, so after listening to Commissioner Tarantino explain the talks with Randolph County concerning our Highway Superintendent, Joe Copeland, I would like to make a motion that we have a consensus vote from the council, just saying that we would be willing to work with the commissioners if they do come to us with an advantageous solution.
They have to come to you, Clay, once they get the contract done, and for you guys to approve that as well. It has to be in conjunction together.
Right. That's why my motion is in the form of a consensus vote, that we would just be willing to work with the commissioners if they come up with an advantageous solution.
This is, as Debbie mentioned, something no one's ever done before. There's a lot of moving parts, and I know that Clay is just wanting to see if the council as a whole supports working with the commissioners if we can make it work.
I do.
I do as well.
So I guess I spoke with Commissioner Tarantino at length one day about this when we were at a meeting, and as I told him then, and I repeated in our meeting, you know, this body is the fiscal body, so we have to look at the dollars, and fortunately, we don't have to get into all the weeds that they're going to have to see if this process will work. Fiscally, I don't see a problem with this. I mean, because
there's no negative financial
neutral or even potentially revenue, you know, we gain revenue from it. So I don't see a problem with it. I don't envy the commissioners getting through all of the weeds, though. But.
Right, and Chad has mentioned before, it is very likely that it won't work out because there's too many questions. If it does work out, I think Joe's done an excellent job, and I want to support him staying here if it works. And so that's my vote towards the consensus. Is there any other discussion?
I would simply dovetail as the liaison to the Highway Department. We're fortunate to have an engineer. Most engineers make $150,000 out in the workplace, outside of public government, the public entity. Every time I meet with him, I'm very not only educated, but I'm impressed with the work he does and the way he's has his workers. I mean, he's given Dale the responsibility of the day-to-day oversight, and he does a lot of engineering things. I mean, the Van Nuys Road, for example, has to be straightened out to the new jail. If we hired an outside engineer, it would have been $50,000, $60,000, I'm sure. And the commissioner said, well, can you do that? You're an engineer, and he's done that. So, and we get $40,000 back from the state because the state is really pushing and prioritizing for each county to have a county engineer on their staff. We have one. I'd hate to lose him, but he's going to do what he has to do best for himself. And I know he's in competition with another county wanting, and I've heard the arguments pro and con. I'm just saying I'm impressed with the job he's doing with a limited staff. We're fortunate to have an engineer on staff in our county, and we would be the losers if he left. It's my impression of my dealings with him on a monthly basis.
So Clay, did you make a formal motion? Okay, so Clay made a motion that he would like to see the council support the commissioners if they are able to work out an agreement with Randolph County for Joe Copeland. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Is there other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Clay. Angela, are you still there?
She just needs to unmute.
We're ready for Angela's health department update once she gets unmuted.
Oh, that's how you do that, okay. Angela, I think we unmuted you, or Debbie did. Okay, Angela, you need to unmute. It's ready for you if you're on the other end. She may be away from her microphone.
Let's wait just a few moments. Is there other business from the council? Okay. Are there any highlights you wanted to hit, Kenan, while we wait for Angela to come on, or would you rather wait for her?
My only comment.
I think she's here.
Okay, my only comment is that she did a very long, detailed presentation to the commissioners. Again, very educational. I would recommend, because I think most of them are online now through YouTube on the henryco.net site, to tune in because we do work closely with the commissioners, and I learned a lot last night, not only from Angela, but from Joe Copeland and others. There was a lot of business that affects us potentially financially. Okay. And it's worth your while if you're available to tune into the commissioners' meetings. So, and I think Angela's there now.
Angela, are you available now? Did she drop off? Okay.
Yeah, she's dropped off entirely.
Okay. All right. Well, at that point, we're open for any input from those in attendance. If there's anyone here who'd like to address the council. Yes, sir.
Citizen Council, I'm Jerry Walden, live at 709 Pinecrest right here in Newcastle. I'm also one of the Newcastle City Councilmen. Let me get my screen up here. Now, I really appreciate the time that you're going to give me here. Myself and Aaron Dickin, another Newcastle City Councilman, and Corey Murphy, who's president of the Newcastle Henry County Economic Development, have been working on a project, and that project is looking into getting an exchange at State Road 103 and I-70. A little bit of history about this and why I've gotten involved. I grew up here in Newcastle, went to school here through the 5th grade, and then moved out on 700 South, just right up the road from Tri-High. My home church is in Louisville. I married a girl from Louisville. We've been dating since 1973. I don't want to date myself. But so I'm very familiar with that overpass. I drive it continually. How this all started for myself and Aaron, our first term, Corey had a couple of economic development specialists, and Kenny, you may have attended these meetings too. One of the top things that they discussed about was, in order to draw in corporate development, industrial development, residential development, is ease of access to the interstate system. So knowing that area and having, like I said, driven over that overpass for a long, long time now, and this is going to be kind of an assignment for each of you if you haven't driven it. Drive over it now, and you'll see the 1-inch rebar exposed. You'll see the 3/4-inch rebar exposed. You'll see the 1/2-inch rebar exposed. Guard railing is bad. I-70 is being redeveloped. So at some point, the state is going to be replacing this overpass. And knowing that, from these meetings and from what these specialists said, Henry County Comprehensive Plan put in its plan this very idea, in exchange with State Road 103 and I-70. So pursuing this, looking at the state map, if you look closely at it, no matter what interstate you see throughout Indiana, State Road 103 is the only state road that intersects an interstate that does not have an exchange. I know over the western part you have some of the state roads that interconnect with each other. Hi, Angie. But some place within that intersection, they have access to the interstate, I-70. And as we think about this, you look at 500, and you look at that space between State Road 3 and 103, the terrain is not as it is west of State Road 3. I think it'd be easier to develop. And I'm talking about corporate development, I'm talking about industrial development, and I'm talking about residential development. State Road 103 is very close to our newly updated airport. It goes by all of our industrial parks here in town. It connects US 40, State Road 38, State Road 36. It goes by our hospital. Here next year, the state is supposed to do a total redo of North 14th Street from Broad Street out past the hospital. Unfortunately, meeting with them, sidewalks stop at Kentucky Avenue, if you know where that is, down at the bottom of the hill. We've come into an agreement with the state that they will at least extend that on to Washington Street, which is good news for Wilma Wright Elementary. The mayor is currently in discussions trying to get that extended on out to the hospital somehow, some way, which would be very important. Knowing that and the connectivity between all the state roads and US 40, I hopefully think you can understand the importance that I see it as, that Aaron sees it as, and Corey sees it. It's another tool in Corey's toolbox. As you go east to Richmond, look at all the development that's going on there. How many exchanges that Richmond have itself? State Road 1, look at the development that's going on there. Go to Knightstown, look what's coming there. Go into Greenfield. Greenfield's having just announced 450 new housing units that's going to be built there. Go to Mount Comfort, look at all the development there, and they're kind of like in our situation. They have the Mount Comfort Airport, which is a regional airport for the Indianapolis airport. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen to us, but we're going to be able to handle those private jets landing at our airport here soon. You go on east, you go through Indianapolis, of course it's nuts there, but you go to Plainfield, and that's what I'm imagining for Henry County. Now, we talked about keeping our young kids who graduate from our schools, keeping them in Henry County. Well, we need jobs for them to have here in Henry County. The meetings that we've had, we met with the governor's office, it went fantastic. I've dealt a lot with the state government. I've dealt with it through education, Kenan. It was beyond respectful. We had a representative of the governor, we had a representative at NDOT, and then we had a representative that communicates with the cities and towns all over Indiana. Not only did we talk about the exchange, but we also talked about State Road 3, and I think you're going to see some great things come through that. We're actually going to have sidewalks along State Road 3 when it gets completed now. Of course, we've talked to the city council. We've had public meetings where I've had an opportunity to talk to Tom and talk to Gene. They're not on the same page that I am, that Aaron is, and that Corey is, but I hope to change that. Had a meeting with Congressman Pence's office, and Ryan basically told us, said it's time to get others involved, and that's why I'm here to give you an understanding of what's taking place. He says it's time to get others involved, you just can't be the only three. So at some point, the three of us would like to come back and handle questions from you. This is just information I'm giving you right now. And if you have any questions, we'd be more than happy to ask that. But at some point, I met with Kenan, met with Bobby, and we were blessed with meeting with Father John for quite some time then. But we just felt, and we took Ryan's advice, we took advice from the governor's office that it's time. And I think it's something that would benefit not just eastern, southeastern Henry County, but all of our county. It's coming. Indianapolis is coming our way. And I just want us to be ready for that. And as I said, I think it's something that's very important to us. I don't know if you'd have any questions, more than welcome to ask some. I really don't want to get too involved with it, but that's all I have for you.
Thank you very much for that information. Does anyone have any questions?
I don't have any question, but just so you don't walk away thinking, man, did they even hear what I said? Just a comment. I hear you. A lot of great ideas there, a lot of great thoughts rolling through my mind. And I'll, from my perspective anyway, I'll start asking some questions on how to approach that. Is there any federal limitations? Between intersections, like so much mileage, things like that.
Chad, there's nothing like that. Matter of fact, after we met with Ryan, Congressman Pence's representative, within the week, Congressman Pence and his staff had sent us some federal grant opportunities, just make them aware of it. That's how serious they are about it.
Great, yeah.
I'm floored by the support that we've gotten from the governor's office and from Congressman Pence's office. They're going to be there to help us. I'm excited about the opportunity with the infrastructure bill that hopefully will get passed here before too long. There are a lot of opportunities out there for us to get help with this. I truly, truly believe that. Looking through the grants that they sent us, they're just a phone call away. We've been assured of that. The city council is ready to help monetarily. So, great question.
Yeah, awesome.
So Jerry, I guess the only thing that's rolling through my mind, and it has when I've heard you speak about this before, and we've kind of talked about it, but and I'm not asking you to answer this question tonight because I know this is way more involved, but at the end of the day, that's a state highway. So how much influence or decision-making authority do the local officials have in this, and what would be our role, I guess, is probably the biggest questions when you and your counterparts come back that I think we need to understand is what would be our role in this, because I can't imagine we have a whole lot of decision-making power, especially as the council. The commissioners may have some more, but and then I'm not sure they wouldn't be limited again because it's a U.S. highway and a state highway intersection. So it doesn't involve a county or city street anywhere within it doesn't involve it at all. So I guess that would be kind of what I would hope that you can come back is, what is our role? How can we help the process? What are you looking for from us? And, who is really ultimately the decision-making power? Obviously this affects 70. So you're involving, not just state, but U.S. highway. And so I'm sure this is a very, when it comes to government, like Kenan mentioned earlier, the state moves really slow. Well, the feds move even slower. So, you know, I'm just, I'm not sure who at the end of the day, who can say, yes, you can do that.
Well, Chad, and that's a perfect question. It really is. And that's why we met with the governor's office and NDOT and then Congressman Pence and our state reps. And, you know, I went to the commissioners meeting, informed them basically what I told you of this. And you think like me, you know, we have a federal interstate that intersects a state road, and you'd think the federal government and the state government would say, you know, this is silly. Why don't we have an exchange there? Because you go to North Carolina, which I go there a lot because I have grandbabies there, every road that intersects an interstate, they have an exchange. Now, why is that? Okay. But what's basically going to happen, we're going to have to show involvement. So someone from the commissioners, someone from the county council, someone from the city council, and then EDC, we're going to have membership and have meetings and discuss exactly what you're asking. It's nothing that hasn't been discussed with Congressman Pence's office. It's nothing that hasn't been discussed with the governor's office, and you're spot on.
Kenan?
I was going to say, Jerry was part of the stellar that we went through in 2019. We had in the initial round $100,000 for a feasibility study for that interchange. We had 55 projects. We knew we had to cut it down to about 20 to 24. It got cut. But I will say Corey really pushed to try to leave it in because of Crown has to go through a convoluted way to get there because there's certain roads and streets that are not for trucks over so many. So they have to kind of go around town in a certain way that on streets that are allowed. If you see what's happening in Knightstown with their exchange, they're really exploding with their plans to develop the 109, the 109 interchange. So it's another opportunity. It would help certain businesses. If the people who have landowners down there would sell, it probably could be another industrial park like they have at Indiana One that they have at Cambridge City. But it's limited. I think the only thing why that didn't go in is because Tom said the citizens of Louisville were against it back in the late 60s. And it's only like 3 miles, 3.5 miles from 3. Or maybe it's closer to 3 than Wilbur Wright, right?
4.5 miles.
So between those two things, they didn't put it in, but it is the only state highway without an interchange on I-70.
Did you say 4.5 miles? Okay.
Yeah, and I can tell you, meeting with Crown, again, that's another one of the meetings that Mayor York set up for the new council members. They had no idea that I was going to ask the question is how much of your transportation means would an exchange at this area handle for you? And representatives stood up without even hesitating and said 70%. So, and they're growing. This is the last facility that they can actually expand. So they're very important to our community.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Susan.
it. Yes.
Thanks, Council.
Angela, are you available to
Yes,
provide? All right.
I apologize. It's storming out here. Just real quickly, I did give a pretty detailed information last night to the commissioners, but in summary, our numbers are heading up very, very quickly. Looking at the state map today, there are no more blue counties, and there's less than a dozen yellow counties. The majority of Indiana is now in that orange category, with the majority of them at 2.5, which puts us on that bubble getting ready to turn red. That includes Henry County. As of today, we have 689 cases through August 1st to August 26th. To put that into perspective, we only need 234 more cases, and we still have a few days left, and we'll have reached the same amount of numbers when we peaked in January at 923 total cases. The concerning thing across the nation right now, and it is not leaving Indiana out, is that back in January at our peak, we had 83 children under the age of 18 who were testing positive. Today, our number is 209. And again, we're still 234 away from reaching that total number. So we have a lot of very concerned physicians, to include Dr. Bricker and Dr. Hilbish, who are both pediatric physicians here in Henry County and who spoke with the all 5 county school superintendents, their nurses, and representative from their school board on Monday. Just kind of looking through by city or by town, it's not uncommon for Newcastle, when we were hitting these numbers last year and in January, to hit triple digits. But we are leading with Newcastle with the highest number of cases, followed by Middletown, who is also in triple digits. Why this, again, is so concerning is that Monday morning, I got the phone call from the hospital to let me know that their census is the highest it's been in months, and that they have 17 COVID patients right now. 1 remains in our hospital on a ventilator. And when they're to that point, our goal is always to get them to a larger, more intensive hospital that has a pulmonologist and all the people at their disposal that they would need. And over the weekend, we had difficulty transferring people out of Henry Community Health and getting them to those bigger hospitals. Dr. Bricker, who is a pediatric hospitalist, which means she sees children in the hospital and not necessarily in a doctor's office, works for us here in Henry County, but she also works at Peyton Manning's Children's Hospital. She said that they are now doing surge staffing, and that means it's all hands on deck, all vacations have been pulled, and they are reaching out to agency staffing, doctors, nurses, respiratory therapists, because their numbers are quite high. And I just, really wanted to make everybody aware of that. And looking today on the dashboard, when I talk about District 6, which is our district, there's 13 total counties. And, we look at what availability. The whole state is down to only 23.9% of the ICU beds are available within the whole state of Indiana. And then lastly, on the weekend, Dr. Bricker did mention that we had a pediatric patient that we were unable to transfer out to an Indiana hospital. We actually had to send that child out of state. So the alarm has been sounded. I have made my local government as aware as I possibly can, and I am just asking for the community's help to do everything that they possibly can to curb this situation. With that said, I do have an ask or a request. Through one of the grants through the State Department of Health that began June of this year, will run through June of next year, we hired a COVID vaccine program coordinator, and this young lady is doing a phenomenal job. And now that things are increasing, our appointments for COVID vaccines, which is a good thing, have almost tripled this past week. And so I would like to move that position. We hired her as a part-time 28 hours and move that to a full-time position. It would be fully funded 100% through that grant. I would be asking for no money out of our general budget. And I didn't know if I needed to come to you and ask for that, but I just wanted to let you know that was my thought right now.
She said that's our call. If it's no cost to the county, but
Yeah, I guess I don't see the downside in approving what Angela's asking, as long as we have the capability to do this on the fly, because of the situation. I mean, if it's no cost to us, it's fully funded through grants, I'm having a hard time seeing any negative at all from my seat.
Would there be a way to pass this request and then retroactively do the salary ordinance at our next meeting?
So Angela, are you going to extend it at the same rate of pay? Is that your plan?
Correct. It would just mean that they would be a 35-hour employee, and then Ann has given me some direction as to, the other things that I would have to take out of the grant as far as retirement, sick days, things like that.
If this fully funds it, then I'll make a motion that we approve her request and plan to do a salary ordinance follow-up next month.
Second.
Okay. We have a pay, I'm sorry, Susan.
Go ahead.
The pay period ends this Friday, so would I be able to begin her at those increased hours beginning Monday, which is the beginning of the new pay period?
Debbie is shaking her head yes.
Thank you so much.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there other discussion?
Does this job have like health insurance with it, Angela? You said there are some benefits and deductions.
Right. It would be the same. Correct. And then I would, if that person took health insurance benefits, then whatever the employer would typically pay, I would take that out of the grant as well.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Angela.
I would like to simply
Thank
comment.
you.
Yes. While Angela's still on, I would not want to step in the shoes of any healthcare workers over the last 17 months. I've seen it firsthand, and a lot of them are quitting because the stress is unbelievable. So we've done kudos to the EMS people here and the EMTs, but they've been angels, and I'd just like to commend them for the job that they're doing, which no one anticipated when they went into this field.
Yes, I agree. Thank you. Any other comments from those in attendance? All right. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Meeting adjourned.
No, whoever's the last one out the door needs to unplug the fan.
I signed two. I don't know how many went around.
Okay.
I signed that one. Okay.
You signed everything.
I think that's the only one. Yeah. Thanks for that.
I think when Betsy did whatever she did, we didn't live stream the meeting. When Betsy did whatever she did, we didn't live stream the meeting.
Oh.